Epic camera placement. We were good on the alignment horizontally, but it was looking at my tits. So not really what we wanted. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another Hydra mod stream. If you're alive, if you're out there, if you're conscious, know that we won the morning. And surprisingly enough, I'm not going to be working tonight. So that means I have a little bit more time to do things like Hydra development. And some other stuff as well. Finally finish Zerg expansion, perhaps. We'll see. We will see. I know there's at least one Bulgarian boy out there who will appreciate that, so stay tuned. Hello, Alexander. How you doing? Seems like you're, I wanted to say, even though you've only been back for a little bit, the fact that you're able to build like 60,000 mutas in that one Fraud Night game I played tells me that you feel like you're getting somewhere, you feel like you're improving. So I hope Hydra's been a useful avenue for that anyway. It's a question. I probably should have asked it or phrased it in a more intelligible way. Do you feel like you have been able to improve? I know you've also been playing some SER ladder and stuff. Alright, it's better than what it was. Yeah, I should definitely get better at build orders. I mean, I should get better at everything in the game. I'm really bad with, like, basic timing. So, like, trying to figure out, like, especially a Zerg, right? I played a lot of Zerg. Oh, actually, I have to correct the record on the Fraud Night. So, there you go. I forgot that we had a third game in there. But yeah, for me it's like, oh, I'm looking at I'm playing Zerg. I'm slapping down this hatchery at 12 supply or whatever. Like I kind of grasp that because I've written those builds into the AI, so I sort of know what I'm doing there. But for me, it's also like, all right, I have this stuff, but I always forget to, like, oh, I got to transfer the workers at a specific time depending on the distance from my main to my nat, and also depending on, like, how close the hatchery is to being completed. So, like, it could be that you would generally want it to be, like, when it's at 90% completion, send those drones, but maybe you have to do it a little bit earlier or a little bit later depending on the distance. And so that's something that you kind of have to learn on a per map basis. It's really funny because all this stuff existed, right? All this stuff was basically like math, where you just discover it, and you're like, oh yeah, that works that way. Like somebody discovered 2 + 2 = 4, or whatever the fuck. Yeah, obviously, that's a pretty dumb example, but you get the idea there, I think. And I think it's really interesting that playing Melee, and obviously playing Hydra Melee specifically, but just playing Melee in general and making Melee maps and all this other stuff, tapping into this stuff that everybody, like a lot of other people already know about. Like tons of other people made Melee maps and played Melee maps and played at a high level. And it's like you're unlocking an appreciation for part of the game that you didn't really even know existed, or if you did know it existed, you didn't have a proper conceptualization of it. Like, you didn't really understand, oh, this is how deep this goes. This is like how all-encompassing this is. So I'm really excited about that stuff personally. I've already seen that I'm getting better at the game. I always have to couch any compliment I give myself as far as the gameplay goes with the understanding that I'm really bad still, but I can definitely see a pretty stark difference between what I do now and then what I've done, like, say, a month ago, if you go back and look at, like, some of my gameplay back then. Or, like, if you look at the map craps from last season and compare them to the map crap playthroughs of this season. Like, I think it's kind of night and day. I am improving, and I feel like I've been able to improve a lot faster now that I'm playing Melee more often, which is what you would expect anyway. So, yeah, it's pretty cool. Hopefully, the Melee AI eventually gets to the point where we're not struggling for them to perform. That's more or less how I'm feeling about that. And yeah, larva economy is like, what the fuck? Trying to figure out how that... I mean, the simplest way to describe it is you have to decide if you want to build workers or supply or military. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, yeah. Well, you know the stretch, right? The gamer stretch. So you basically, like, I'm going to see if I can show it. So you basically take your hand. It's going to be hard to hear me because I'm all the way back. So you take your hand and you palm up and you just do this. I don't even know if you can see it properly, but you're basically just pulling your hand back by the fingers. You hold that for 30 seconds, then do the other hand, and then you do the opposite, where you put your other hand on the back end of where you just were, and you sort of pull it down like that. That's apparently a really good stretch for handling that stuff. Don't mind me while I do it now, because I just realized how fucking, like, you can tell when your muscles are tight when you're just trying to do that as a demonstration, and you're like, oh, I should probably do that for real. This is fucking ridiculous. So yeah, just taking care of that now. But yeah, you do that for like 30 seconds each movement, so it's like a solid 2 minutes of stretching. And then after that, you can kind of like figure out, do I still need some more? What I like to do is anytime I'm going to work out, or like in this case, it's like using your mouse and keyboard to play Starcraft. Anytime I'm going to do something that will require a stretch, I like to first do it for a little while and then stretch, because my thought process, I don't know if this is really scientific or not, but my thought process is, if you do it that way, you've already moved some, whereas like if you haven't moved at all and you're just immediately stretching, I don't know if it's as helpful, because you're just immediately smashing or pulling on your muscles. It's like they haven't even really moved yet, so like get that limited range of motion down and then stretch and then see how what your range of motion is after that. But yeah, it's really good. I swear by it. I don't know if it's your hand or your wrist though, but I don't know about the actual palm or anything. Now, did you have any balance concerns or thoughts? Because we've actually changed quite a bit out of the default game in ways that I'm not sure makes sense. Like, increasing larva production speed to me is like a nice way to encourage people to upgrade their layers and hives. But then it also results in like a lot more freebies, right? Like the Overlord movement speed is channeled from that. Oh, when I play, so hold on. I'll just do this. So this is where my hand is. featuring my dirty mouse pad. So this is what I'm doing. So it looks like my wrist is the only thing that's really on the table, not my entire forearm. Although I guess not really, because I also have this armrest that I've been using lately. So I actually have my arms resting on the armrests. Yeah, the transport you still need to invest money into. They'll definitely have an easier time doing drops, but I guess the issue that I have is... Alright, so... when I first made those balance decisions, I didn't have as complete an understanding of Zerg macro and what balances them out in vanilla. And I have a much better analysis or understanding of that now. And so I'm trying to figure out whether or not it might be too much. You know what I mean? Like if we pop open to the Zerg, movement speed not tied to tech level, I feel like that alone is pretty drastic, because it means your overlords are much less vulnerable, and you don't have to pay as much money to it. You know what I mean? I don't really want... Oh yeah, well, let me look at... It might be that the lurker... I don't actually know how you hold position lurker. I've never done it before. I mean, you could never select multiple units and give them commands on anything. But maybe stop, hold position, or whatever. I know attack was not on there, so... I don't know. How do you do it in vanilla? Okay. Hold Overlord. Order the borrowed lurker to attack an enemy building in Fog of War is also a good one. So... It seems to work fine. I don't know why it wouldn't. Maybe you weren't doing it right, I guess. You just do it with an Overlord, and it works. So you can't do it with ground units, but for some reason with an Overlord you can. It seems like with any air unit. I don't know why. I couldn't tell you why it's not like that with ground units. But with air units, it's fine, so... Food for thought. Also, I wanted to test something else. Yeah. So you can mute an auto clump just by adding a borrowed Zergling into your control group. You were mentioning that it was harder to do. I don't know why pros don't do this normally. Maybe because burrow is not researched by default in vanilla, but it's way better than doing it with an overlord. I don't know what the defiler thing was in response to. So the other thing is, so now we know how to hold position lurker, and we know that we can just do this, right? So That's pretty cool. Should be patrol micro. Oh no! Oh, Marina medic. So. Yeah, I mean, that seems to work pretty well as far as clumping goes. Well, lurkers don't require more time to morph now. They're a little bit more risky to morph because the armor for the lurker egg is not as high as it used to be. It's 4 from 10, so it's much lower. But the lurker den itself, I think it's cheaper than lurker aspect for a cost, and yeah, so it's cheaper by 100 minerals and 50 gas. And it says 32.5 seconds. I think that's wrong. I think I increased the time for it. So let me take a look. Make sure. It's 191. Yeah, so it's 75 seconds, which I believe is the same as lurker aspect itself. Yeah. So it's the same amount of time to research, but it's cheaper, so you can get it earlier. So lurkers are actually easier to get now. Now hive tech is easier to get because it costs 50 less minerals. No, it used to be way faster, but then it felt like they were too strong to rush. Whereas a basilisk den, by example, I believe is 37.5. So neither of those are correct. I'll fix those now. What is 1800? Yeah, you can get them way sooner. I mean, you get lair sooner too, so. Like, just being clear, Zerg is probably the most busted race in Hydra, I think. Because of all of the economic-based updates that they've gotten. They don't have to spend money on Borrow or Overlord speed. It's cheaper to get Lair and Hive. They produce larvae faster when they have Lair and Hive. It's cheaper to get Lurkers. They can get Nidus at Lair Tech, though Niduses are a bit more expensive. Yeah, I don't know. It seems pretty nuts to think about. So I actually think that Zerg will be really, really powerful once people realize their macro potential. You'll also obviously be able to group select buildings later on when we have that function in. So I'm pretty sure we're going to have to either revert some of the changes that we've made. I'm not sure about the Overlord one because it seems right that they would provide the proper, like, it seems silly to have to evolve speed upgrade for Overlord, basically. So, like, thematically, it does not work for me. And a balance change that's only there for balance's sake and doesn't really reinforce the thematic aspect of the race, to me, is like not that desirable. So I'll probably have to think more about that, because I don't really think that the current solution or the current implementation is strong, probably too free. I can't really think of a gimmick to change it up, though. Like, I don't want it. I can think of plenty of gimmicks, rather, but I can't think of anything that wouldn't be a gimmick that would work. Like, oh, your first layer and hive are more expensive than all other layers and hives. Like, having one layer reduces the cost of other layers or something psychotic. Like, that would be the way to do it, where you revert the nerf, or revert the buff to layer cost and hive cost, but only for the first one. That would be one way to assess some of these issues. But I don't know. It does seem pretty strong. And the Irelef is not in the game right now. Yeah, so the only new units we have implemented are the Vorvaling and Basilisk for the Zerg. We also have the Basilisk Den and Lurker Den and Devourer Haunt. But we don't have any of the others implemented for them. So as far as the Zerg economic boons go, I feel like right now they are probably on paper the strongest. It's still offset by the fact that you have to deal with really, really strong units from your enemies, but I wonder if maybe there should be some, rather than nerfing Zerg from where they are right now, maybe I should be buffing some aspect or providing some other aspects for the other races. I'm not sure. We need way more data, for sure. Whereas, like, we don't really have... I don't think we really have any sort of economic benefit. Like, the Quarry, the Irelef, and the Pennant are all ubiquitous. They all kind of do the same thing. I really do think I should just blanket remove the Comsat station nerfs, honestly. Or, maybe I can keep the, I don't know. After playing a lot of mech, Comsat being the way it is seems really fucking rough for mech. Like, you're forced into science vessels, and even then it's not really ideal because you have to position them, and they're really expensive units. Like, it came from... Honestly, this feels to me like almost a StarCraft 2 type style, where I'm like, I want them to use the other things, so I'm going to nerf this one. So, I think we could just go ahead and revert that, honestly. We'll keep the upgrade for them, though, because I think that does add something. Let's take a look at the Irelith, since you mentioned it. So the Irelith moves at the speed of an unupgraded Overlord, of a hatchery tier Overlord, just so you know. It's 100, so it's 200 minerals total, 100 gas. Doubles regeneration rate. See, I'm not sure because I think the regeneration rate gets doubled for everything. Like for the quarry. I don't know what the fuck I just did, but... Quarry. Yeah, it's a wider radius. Takes more... It's, I guess, the same equivalent resources as the Irolith. And then the pennant is obviously... Now, this is like a much smaller one where you're spending money to make money in that sense. So you're actually placing it on individual resource fields. So that's a little bit different there. So I'm not sure how expensive the units will end up being, but they are kind of like spend money to make money. I would kind of make it like draw a comparison to those resource generator structures in the Supreme Commander games. I don't have a huge amount of familiarity with them, but I know Mesk took inspiration from them for his Apex tech trees in his Starcraft 2 campaign that he was making a while ago. Now, for me, I think that I don't think that you should just be able to, generate resources out of the ether. But he's talking about, needing massive amounts of build space for these things, where it's like bigger than any other structure in the game, even bigger than like the captaincy is in Hydra compared to some of the other stuff. So there's a trade-off there, and I think it was like 1,000 minerals or 10,000 minerals or something insane. So you can imagine I think it's kind of unrealistic when you get to that scale, but I haven't seen his prototypes. I haven't played his prototypes, I should say, so I'm not sure. So in this case, you're spending money to enhance the regeneration of the money that you already have, that you just have to mine. And so in theory, you would want to do it in... you would want to deploy these in a specific environment where you have some sort of like security, some sort of understanding that the enemy probably won't breach the space. So I think the difference between the different races are that, like, the Protoss one is pretty bizarre because it's placed over individual production structures. So I actually think it should probably cost like 100 gas if you're placing it on a geyser, or 100 minerals if you're placing it on a mineral field, or something like that. But that seems a little gimmicky, like that's the only thing that would work that way, so I don't know. Maybe we'll keep with a mixed cost instead to offset it, so that you have to spend both resources in order to enhance any resource. Maybe that's even better for balance. But that's like a per mineral field basis, so that's not a single investment. The Terrans are a single investment, but it's pretty strong, so it's going to be hard to snipe. You're much better off sniping the workers still. And the Zerg one is like, yeah, you actually can snipe this, and it's a fair gas investment, or it's 100 gas. So I think I can agree with you that they should be pricier. We would have to see them in combat or in action to be sure. But we could probably increase the price anyway as a starting point and see how people end up messing around with it. The Protoss one requires more individual focus, and so here's something. Here's like a different kind of balance talk. Here's a different kind of idea for you. So I think I as a developer have a similar bias to what players have, where if something is expensive, I don't think people are going to be interested in it, and I think players have the same sort of bias, generally speaking, broadly speaking, that if something is very expensive, they probably are less likely to tech into it. So there's some stuff that we've just grown to understand, like the robotics facility requiring 200 minerals, 200 gas. And so we all understand that. We're like, all right, whatever. Or Fleet Beacon, I think it's like 300, 100, or something like that. I know it's 300 minerals. It might be 100, 150. So we recognize stuff like that. But if I were to develop a new tech structure and make it cost 500 of each resource, people would be like, what the fuck? I'm not doing that. Now, I think it's a dangerous line to straddle, because a part of me wants to unlock that sort of thing and make it so that, yeah, you have... Like, I want to unlock that tool for me to develop and say, like, in order to get to Tech 4, Tier 4 tech, you have to spend a lot of money, upfront cost, that could be going into your units, but is instead going into your future. You're building for your future in that game. So it's an investment into, like, the time afterwards that you can benefit from the technologies and upgrades and stuff like that. And I think that would help. Like, we now have tech requirements for Tier 2 weapons and armor upgrades that are different than the Tier 3 ones. Like a cybernetics core Tier 1 or Tier 2 requires Stargate, and Tier 3 requires Fleet Beacon. And or something like that, I think. And then Shields requires robotics facility for Tier 2, robotics support bay for Tier 3. Well, if we increased the tech level, we're going up to Tier 5 upgrades. We should have Tier 5 tech structures, Tier 4 and Tier 5 tech structures. And those should be, they should unlock more than just those upgrades. They should unlock different units. They should unlock different enhancements of some kind. I don't think I want to go Mesk's approach, because in the last podcast we talked about tech trees and how he had a lot of overlap between his units, so that you had the quintessential Marine type, and at a higher tier you would unlock a new version of that instead of a new unit that has a completely distinct combat role or a different way of getting the same job done that requires a different kind of input on behalf of the player. Like, you could say Goliaths are kind of like Marines, but they don't have Stimpack, they can't be healed in combat. There's a lot different already, just off the top of my head. So Mesk was talking about literally just making a higher stat Marine, or a Marine with a different kind of ability or something like that, but it's very, very similar in base, like on its face. And how that's meant to be superior to the original version. This is more of like an Age of Empires type approach, I think, where you have civilization teching up, and as you get into a new age, you get an upgraded version of the same unit you used to use. So instead of, like, obviously eventually you get to riflemen from crossbowmen, or archers or whatever, like archer to crossbowman even is a step up in some capacity. Again, talking conceptually, I don't actually remember. I only played the third game anyway, so I don't actually know how different these units were in combat role, but I can imagine you have, riflemen being very different to archers in terms of the kinds of things that they do. They're both ranged units, but the way that they do their shit, the way that they set up and attack, it's probably different, probably distinct. So that's more of a distinct combat role thing, whereas if you just had like a knight, like a footman turn into a knight or something like that, that would be where you have the same kind of unit, and you're just, this is an upgraded version of it. So in a situation like that, I don't want to go that route personally, because I think that individual units providing their own personality and their own combat role and their own sort of influence on the game is better for reinforcing the thematic of whatever race you're playing as, and also expressing a certain kind of playstyle on a player level. What units does this player gravitate towards? Like, Unity Commander really likes to go into massive wraiths ahead of a battlecruiser push. Dawn just likes battlecruisers, and like mass marines and battlecruisers, it seems. So, like, these are parts of their personality as players. And I think that's fine. And the units themselves are what allow these players to express their personality, right? And so I don't want to have, like, a bunch of units that do the same thing, because then, players with that personality have less opportunity to set themselves apart. You know what I mean? So how this really comes back to this is we're now dealing with I think we're dealing with a situation with Hydra where I want to include Tier 4 and Tier 5 tech, but I'm worried about too much overlap, adding too many new things to the point where it stops feeling I don't know. I'm basically just worried about going too far. I don't want it to start feeling like it's some insane extra shit. You know what I mean? I guess we can keep these where they were. Go. Okay. Yeah. Right. Okay, so I'm going to hit you with this one, right? Now, we have a situation where I personally don't care if people use the new units or not in the earlier stages. Like, I know it sounds weird to call this the early stage of Hydra, but really it is. Like, we're finally getting into melee map making. We're finally getting to the point where we have melee AI. We're finally getting to the point where we have organized games. Like, it was a slow burn to get here, but here we are. We're now in the earlier stages of stuff. So, to me, this doesn't really... Like, it's not really an indictment of the concepts, per se. As we get more and more invested into it and we figure stuff out more, we'll handle stuff like balancing out the additions and the modifications, and even some of the old stuff that hasn't even been changed yet, we'll balance that out, too, in some different capacity. That's one of those things that I'm not really that worried about. I think with time, we will see what the good and the bad are. Just like, you know how I buffed Shamans recently, I reworked Cyprians recently. Those two things, to me, are like, we have a variety of ways to tackle that. I'm not really that worried about whether or not it's in a good spot right now, because I know I have confidence in myself to be able to turn it into something that is a good spot. You know what I mean? So I recognize that people are still learning Hydra, and we're also, like I was talking about earlier, still learning the base game. What's up, Patrick? How are you? Oh, I agree with that too. That sentiment that we actually are gated with how how quickly we can introduce these new units. I think it would be as counterintuitive as it is if we just tomorrow, like iQuare emailed me with all of like a copy of Hydra that had all of the new units and upgrades and all that stuff that I haven't even thought of yet. Like, he was a time-traveling iQuare, and he sent me a copy of Hydra that was finished. That would be a lot harder to adapt to, right? Because there'd be, like, however many new units. The ones that we have planned and the ones that we don't, you know what I mean? So, what's up, Connor? So, I think it's fine that we're slowly building up to that point. I don't have a problem with that. Now, I will say... Yeah, we don't have the luxury of really having good fundamentals with the game yet. We're still building that. At the same time, I think once Hydra is further along and we're closer to having it complete in terms of the game state, I might go out and try to headhunt for higher tier players who'd be interested in playing it. I'm like, depending on my financial status, I might even like throw a tournament or something. Like, all right, we're playing Hydra, you know. It's not going to be for big money. Maybe it's like prize pools, first place $100 or something like that. Hell yeah, I'll power you through, man. Just hear me clicking and typing AI scripts, and you'll be like, yeah, lift more. Yeah, there are a few people who are better at the game than I am that I watch play. That would for sure garner some sort of like grassroots audience where they have like, oh, their friends watch their stream or their friends join their stream to play games. Like Mutas does it is a quintessential example. But I think he will, like when he ends up playing it, if he ever ends up playing it on stream, like that guy doesn't pull a crazy amount of viewers. But what he does do is he has like a community Discord or something where he organizes games. They all get on voice chat. They banter. They have a fun time, and they play fucking big game hunters. I don't know how they have a fun time doing that, but they do that. And so, like, if we ended up doing something where, okay, sure, we have big game hunters as their fucking map of choice because they're lunatics, but they want to play it in Hydra. That could be interesting because then it's like a combination of a game state they have less familiarity with and a map that they have plenty of familiarity with, and it's also their like own community antics and everything that comes with that. So that they would have their own fun. They'd just be doing it using a different game. That's, you know, that could work out fine. I think. I don't know when or if Mutas doesn't would be interested in doing that. I think we should definitely research a better multiplayer alternative. Speaking of which, I should probably start Radman. We have some people here. Somehow. I have Ultra and Ultralisks. I have UED Commander! I have... I think this is Hoop Thrower's laptop. Folka's Homo laptop. I still don't know who Desktop Jug Sisa is. That was one of the first people to join. But yeah. Epic. I could try to ask the Cold community. I'm not sure, but I've never even heard about that. Is that like one of those old school clans? Like Clan Cold. That sounds like a code tag or something. Clan tag, rather. Code tag. Well. Oh yeah, that could also work too. Once the AI is better, we have them 1v1 the AI. But, I mean, I guess the problem with that is, like... Oh, CPL, gotcha. Yeah, maybe. There might be some interest in there. Yeah, there's a few different places I can take a look at for sure. Once I'm more interested in that sort of thing. Like, I'm interested in it now, but unfortunately I don't have much to offer. You know what I mean? I have, like, busted AI I'm still in the process of working on. I've got like random desyncs and crashes. Desyncs probably due to the network, but can't rule that out. Crashes due to whatever the fuck, some plugin stuff. I've still got to figure that one out. And we're not even done with the, like, we have a bunch of bugs we got to fix. There's all sorts of stuff. So we're still figuring that out. Actually, I wanted to test the Reaver thing if I could. Where are my reavers? It decollides buildings. That's funny. Oh, I like that actually. Hold on. Oh, the classic stop maneuver. Ooh, oh. Dude, that's like it's unlocking its phone. What the fuck is that? What's going on? Yeah. Dude, what is Scarab password? Well, I'm not seeing any issue there. So I think what I did see at some point was like it was like it was weird. It was like they stopped building scarabs at some point when I was playing yesterday, but I didn't really see why. It almost made it over. You can do it, buddy. Oh, almost. Oh, there, he did it. Pretty epic. Alright, so scanner sweep. I feel like I changed the balance of something else when I was messing around with the scanner sweep. Hold on. What did I do? No, I didn't do anything, it looks like. That would be pretty cool to see some of those guys. I always forget about this, but like, you run a giant YouTube channel, like you have all these contacts and stuff. So I appreciate that you'd be willing to leverage that on my behalf. That would be that would be really nice. That's one of those things I would never even like think of, but I'll keep that in mind, man. I will definitely keep that in mind. That's like the beauty of the whole grassroots thing. It's like when you make something that people really appreciate and they have some tool to help you or whatever, they'll be like, "Hell yeah, dude." Yeah, dude, how fucking baller did you feel? I mean, obviously it was not good when it was happening, but how baller did you feel when you walked back into your account and it was like plus 30,000 subs or whatever the fuck it was? I don't know how much it was, but you're like, oh, whatever. Yeah, I got hacked. No big deal. I came out on the other end better than I was at the beginning. Although I imagine they don't actually engage with your content, but maybe you can leverage it for sponsorships or something. I don't know how that works. And what was I thinking about? I think lately I've been thinking that pretty much anything that is set to require 166 seconds is probably too expensive of an upgrade. Then I'm looking at some of the upgrades that I have here that cost it, and one of them is that fucking battlecruiser upgrade. So yeah, that should actually require that much. Oh shit. Dude, that's 33.3k times 2. That's nuts. Yeah, so maybe 166 is fine. That's like another one of those things that I have this idea in my head. Like, if it costs too much, nobody's gonna want it. And it's like, I feel like that's just me as a player. Like, I have to get out of that as a player. I have to be like, whatever, it costs this much. I gotta save up for it. I gotta figure out where it plugs into the build. You know what I mean? Hell yeah, dude. Put him up to 66.67. Okay. Well, it is the first number people see, even though it doesn't matter as much. So, yeah, on first look, that's probably what it will be thought of. All right, so we've been talking shop a lot about balance and all that. I'm not really sure where I want to go with the whole balance thing. I'm looking through some of this stuff, and I'm not really 100% sure where I want to go with this. I think we'll put a pause on this one for now. I'm going to pop open my Visual Studio Code and my Rust workspace, and we are going to see if I can get this thing to compile. Unfortunately, I don't actually have a proper debugger, so it won't actually tell me where all of my problems are, as we witnessed last time I tried to do this. Right. This one? Oh. So I need to define an array. So that's what we will search up. Define mutable array. Oh. So since it's 12, I have to do this. One, two. So hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think it's an array of 12. I don't remember. Hold on. I need to restart my... The other thing I need here is an IDA. I do think that the comset change is warranted. We'll revert that back. I think we need to keep a close eye on the Zerg stuff, macro-wise. The solution might be to increase the time cost of Lair and Hive. That would be allow me to keep the resource cost relatively low, but that will still offset some of the other changes here. And maybe Nidus should require Hive instead of Lair. Again, that's another thing where I changed it before realizing how actual impactful it was. I watched a game recently where a Zerg stayed on Lair tech forever, and that disallowed him from taking faraway bases in a 1v1. So that's like one of those cases where if you changed it up, like he would have less, with impunity, he would have been allowed to do whatever he wanted to do there. So I don't really know where the other red is. They do a horrible job of underlining it, and they're still not updating it to tell me what's actually wrong. Classic. So I think I'm going to look through the document and figure out what I changed without really having a good grasp of the reason why it exists to begin with. I mean, not that Blizzard necessarily knew it anyway, but it's like this is the meta that's developed around these mechanics. What did I not understand about that when I made this change to those mechanics? I think like Nidus requiring Hive might be a good reversion. The Nidus changes aren't even in yet anyway, so it doesn't really make sense to change some of it and not the whole thing. And then after we do that, we can work with stuff like the time cost of Lair being increased slightly, the time cost of Hive being increased even more, probably more than just slightly, like by 20-30 seconds, which is pretty massive. We'll see. And then I gotta figure out if I'm gonna be making like tier 4 and 5 morphs of that, where we go from Hive to something else. But that's for later. That's for when we have more entries and stuff. So I'm not really worried about that right now, but on a conceptual level, I think that makes sense. Now, there are some things that we have planned for the Terrans. Like, there's a tactical platform that will allow them to... right now, it's called Weapons Platform. I'll be changing it to a tactical platform. And that thing is literally just a moving piece of terrain. So you put your units on it. It can land, at which point it creates a ramp. And the top surface, the guardrails will lower. And you'll be able to walk up the ramp to, into where, like on a cliff or something. It's a movable ramp. So there's that, and then there's also the presence of like you could just float your siege tanks over to the enemy. That'll obviously require a Pathfinder rewrite. It's pretty high level stuff, but. Stuff like that's going to be pretty massive, I think. Well, type U32 cannot be dereferenced. Is that what it needs? It doesn't want U0XC? No. I don't know what the fuck it wants. I just, whatever my symmetry settings are in SEM Draft, I just, for example, if I'm doing, oh, this is a bad example because it's not a melee map. Hold on. If I was trying to mirror the resources over here, do mirror X, and then over here I know where the geyser goes. So, say there were no resources here or whatever yet. By doing that, I would know what's up. That's what I do. No need for external tools. Okay. So I think I'm just really bad at Rust syntax, to be honest. What the fuck? Why would it do that? It takes so long to reset the fucking error handling. Tweet feedback? Why is there a button for tweeting feedback? What is wrong with these people? Why not just send feedback directly to you? Why use Twitter? Why? Explain this to me. Alright, we'll just undo all of our shit here. Hey, there's no such thing as like a C to Rust translator, is there? Oh, there is. Check that out. Let's see how well this works. Alright, I forget what function we're editing here. I might have found a way to automate this stuff. Which will not be great for my learning, but will be great for getting progress made. What even is the hook? Oh, I don't even think I plugged it in yet. Building more hook. Did I really not set up the hook itself? That's pretty funny. But I don't know. I guess I'll have to look at my DMs. Excuse me. Okay, that is it. God damn it. All right, check this out. Wait, what? This does not look like the code I was translating. What? Does it have to be a file? Thanks. It's very useful. It doesn't even work. Maybe I have to install it or something. That's dumb. I got very excited for a sec. Bullied.
Contact. Locus acknowledged. We hear you. Must feed. Must have energy. We hear you. Must feed.
See ya later. See ya, nerd. What's up, Kian? How you doing? I'm laughing about some bugs with mind control. Oh yeah, I was trying to test something else.
Must have energy. Must have energy. Thoughts in chaos.
This is very interesting.
Contact. It will be done.
Okay. So it does eventually get sent back to the enemy. Oh, so I was looking at the actual building morph hook, and this is AI building morph instead or something? I don't know what the fuck happened there. Nice. Yeah, I think we're going to do map crap next, or this week, I guess, technically. Starting around Friday, probably. So, there will be time. I know you were asking about that yesterday. I wonder if that happens with Archons as well. Dude, that bug is so insane. I can't even fucking describe it in a reasonable... That's my bug. That's how I wrote it. What a statement. Oh, what was the other one? Well, time to add those to the fucking to-do list. I have not been able to reproduce the Reaver ones. I tried earlier, but not for very long. I'll take a closer look at that stuff later on. Okay. Let's see what we got here. So an int by itself is usually signed, is what I'm getting. Let's see. And U16 is that. How do I know what my, how the fuck do I know what my shit is here? Not reasonable whatsoever. See. So I guess these are just the names. It just says asterisk I. I have no idea what that means. Instead of a data type. Try that, I suppose. A little behind the times there, boss. Thanks for telling me it's unmutable. how did I do unit before? I was using it as like a... Oh, okay. But then I was using... accessing something other than that. Yeah, so that's how I access it that way. Oh, so this is U8, and this is U16. I don't know why. We're learning, guys. We're trying to figure some stuff out today. I don't know that it's going to work out per se, but we're doing something. What? So what did I do? Unit dot player. So I guess we should do v2 dot player. I don't think so. Unit dot player is it. So why would that give me an error? We have the same thing over here. Let me have v2 equals unit. Maybe if I get rid of that, it'll fix it. I mean, is it always... Putting on my thinking cap. I'm wondering why it worked in this one, but it didn't work. Or not this one. Yeah, this one. Seems to have worked fine. And it's definitely unit in lowercase. Yet here it's telling me there's no scope of this or whatever. I guess it's because it's. I mean, there is definitely a player part of this. The UA over here. It's defined in the structure. I didn't know if maybe it was called something else. So the reason why this wouldn't work is because it's not checking the right thing somehow. But this is literally the same code to include unit. Oh, I'm really glad that error is still left over. Maybe there's something else going on here. B2 equals unit. Oh, units dat. I have no idea how to find that. Ha! Good luck. Down here in Whack Vars. Oh, it's a word. Okay, we're getting somewhere here. Random. So here we have Holy typing. Build 2. Yeah, thanks. Anytime you want to update to the code I've actually written, let me know. This is a terrible fucking working environment. I don't know, maybe Atom will work better or something. I know I don't know anything about what I'm doing, but still. Come on now. Oh. Gas cost of V1. Is it high? They're right here. Unit stat, ore cost, unit stat, gas. Oh, I didn't see it. I'm high. Again. Oh, wait. Oh, I have no idea. Wait, what? Oh boy, now I gotta put this in the funk section. I hate funk. I'm not actually sure what DW position is. Target location. Looks like it's a single byte. So. I don't know, I'll just do 32 for now. And then we have target unit. So I guess we can do 32. Easy enough. EDX is also a unit. And ECX is. Assuming we also don't have this one, but let's see what happens. Although this looks like it's more of a... Is it a function? I can't tell. It doesn't look like I'm gonna say it's a void. It does seem like a UA, according to the data structure. Alright, and what was my syntax here? It was v2, yes. Height? unit ID. Great. Turn. I really have no idea what I'm doing, so pardon me while I experiment here. So wait, what is this? This is expected bool. So I guess if that's what I needed to do there. We'll come back to the rest of it. Why does it just never tell me in plain text how big this thing is? I have to go do fucking hexadecimal math. So we have... minus 48, by the way. So let's say 330. It's supposed to be ore. What the fuck? I don't know what low word is. Hold on. retrieves the low order word from the specified value. The return value is a word. Okay. So basically, it's just converting integer type or something. What was it? Order flags, okay. I don't know why they're called so much stupid shit in here. Order flags, there we go. Well, I'm confused about this, though, because this doesn't really make any sense to me. It's assigning the game player race value to the low byte of V2? Or the lower value of V2? Or what? I don't get that. I feel like this is like a new variable or something. Alright. I'm really out of my mind here, so just for posterity's sake, I'll put this on the main screen. So right now I'm translating out... This is the thing that fucked with me. Low word v2 equals console index. Now console index is actually game player race, according to this. And I'm going to go look this up. Now, the low word v2 equals is weird, because it's like stashing the game player race value into the variable v2, but v2 is also unit. It's the first argument, and there's only one argument to this function, so it's unit, right? But So I don't even know what value this is because it's not really referenced anywhere else. Now it is checking like user action flags and referencing v2, and user action flags is order flags. It's part of the unit structure. So if we're overriding the value of v2, which is previously written as unit, then we wouldn't then immediately be referencing part of the unit structure. v2 would no longer be unit, so this would do nothing. Unless this has something to do with it, where it puts int ampersand. Now ampersand is the binary and thing, so it's like, I guess it's giving it the flag or something, I don't know. It's adding the flag to whatever, to this value. I don't know. v6 wasn't previously defined as anything besides initialized as a variable, so I don't quite get it right now. So that's definitely confusing as fuck. Like a 7. We already did label 7 to some extent. Visibility effects, by the way. Okay. Oh, V7. What is status flags? Oh, that's just unit flags. one. I don't know if this is correct. That might be wrong. I'm seeing a lot of mute unit returns. I'm not seeing a whole lot of anything else, like sprite returns. But it looks like, based on the unit syntax returns, that I'm following the rules here. So I guess it should be capital I. So graphic. I think since I'm not accessing the unit itself, I guess it has to be unit 0. I don't think I have to do any weird asterisk parentheses shit because I'm not actually accessing it as a pointer. But I could be wrong about that one, and I probably am, knowing Rust. Ah, welcome almost home. Hope you're doing well. I wonder why it's giving me shit over the binary, the Boolean, or the binary operator. It's anybody's guess but mine. I think this is where I have to do that matching shit. Like, if let some order. While one? What the fuck? So much shit I don't understand. Oh, okay. It's infinite loop until you break. Subunit. Order to begin. Order ID. I don't know, this should just be a bool, so it's probably U8. Oh, it's not a variable array. Oh, maybe it is. I actually don't know how this shit works. Oh, I see. done. I probably put these in the wrong order. I think we're almost done with this painstaking process of getting it wrong anyway. Your next video, right? Where does he... I don't know about that. Oh. Where did I put all these? Pretty sure a lot of this stuff is covered under here. Just make sure. Val, yeah, those are the first two. Force button refresh is next. Redraw. Set is random. I actually don't know if there is an overlay flag or whatever the hell. What is it? First image? Ah, okay. First image. Yeah, I definitely, this is definitely not going to compile. There's definitely going to be some problems with this one. I'm not really sure where to take it next. I definitely don't know how to construct for loops in Rust, that's for sure. This one seems way more complex than the sample that I have here that just checks from 0 to 8. I don't even know like how they assign a value to I or anything like that, so time will tell, I guess. What's up, DZW? How are you? Well, I guess we will leave it for now. Come back to it later. That's that. Alright, I told you guys we wouldn't be doing that forever. We've escaped the boring, dull world of programming on stream. Thank you for bearing with me. Now I'll ask you to bear with me for one more sec while I use the bathroom, get some water, maybe a snack. When I come back, we'll actually be doing some work with AI. We got some AI stuff to do, and we got some more investigation to do elsewhere. So, BRB. Hi. How's your oatmeal, dude? I deny myself excessive carbohydrates, but when I did not, oatmeal was always pretty fucking good. I might buy some. I might unironically buy some low carb cereal though, because it's such an easy meal. But just way too much fucking carbs. In fact, I think it was like Magic Spoon or something. Keto cereal. Yeah, I found it. What? Is this some kind of joke? You can order a case of this stuff for $40. You get 4 boxes for $40. What kind of lunatic would spend $10 per box before shipping? To quote my father, at that price, that box better suck my dick. So one bit of wisdom he gave me. Holy shit, they're all like $12. Now that's embarrassing. Is this really one? Get 1 8-ounce. Fuck. Well, carbs are okay for restoring energy. Like, I had a bowl of cereal yesterday after doing a whole lot of furniture lifting. That was like the first time I've had a meal where everything was carb. But man, that's some sick shit. Imagine charging $12. That reminds me of when I saw the Quest brand tortilla chips, and it was like $6 or something for a tiny bag the size of those like $1.39 bags of Lay's chips. It wasn't that high. It was probably like $4 or $5, but still, it's pretty fucking high for a single bag. And like I saw that a couple months ago, and then the other day when I was at work, I saw that they had already dropped down to like $2.50 or something. So I don't know if that's them finding a way to make it for cheaper, or them realizing, hey, this really doesn't sell if it's exorbitantly priced. So just like I'll wait for some prices to fall for certain technology, I'll also wait for the same sort of thing to happen for that fucking keto cereal shit. I don't think it's necessary. You know what I mean? So you know what I haven't done a lot of lately is voice acting. Well, for one, UED Commander knows that because I still have not finished voice acting his fucking campaign. Should definitely do that. But I was also thinking, for a while, I've wanted to redo the voice acting for the Cyprian and the Legionnaire and the Hierophant. Especially the Hierophant. Oh, I guess especially the Cyprian. The Cyprian sounds very gay. Very, I don't know, it sounds like... It reminded me of some of my teenage voice acting, I'll put it to you. It just sounds like it wasn't up to the task, you know what I mean? I guess in a way where it's trying to be like an Antifa unit or something, then it kind of sounds correct, because he's like, fight for freedom, and that's kind of it, you know. So yeah, sure, I guess it sells the idea, but it's not a... The writing was a little sloppy on the lines, and the delivery definitely could have used some work. So I think I should add that to the to-do list for me. Do you like the fact that all of this stuff is all of the shit? Actually, DF already did his job for the new overlay colors. So yeah, it's really all like, holy fuck. Regression and start location, player color randoms. I'm trying to think, there was like some other long-standing error that I wanted to fix at some point, but I don't remember what it was. I have to wonder if maybe repair speed is accessed anywhere. This is something that I'll actually poke Voyager about. All right, so Kian, we were actually talking a bit about the game state a while back at the beginning of the mod stream when Alexander was here. So maybe you'll get some you'll have some interesting thoughts for this one. So as I've been becoming a better player of Starcraft, I've also been taking a closer look at the default game state of stuff, and I'm thinking that there's a couple of things that I wanted to fix up. So one of them was the ComSat nerfs. I'm going to revert those, because to me it doesn't really make sense to reduce accessibility of the ComSat. I looked at the justification I had written into the guide, or to the game state documentation, and it was basically, people use ComSat too much for my liking. And in a case like that, you really shouldn't nerf the structure, or whatever the option that people are defaulting to. You should buff up other options, which is what I did with the nuclear silo. I made it more accessible. Still an investment, but it's more accessible. Maybe I'll reduce the time cost or something. But I didn't do that. I didn't just stop it there. In fact, I didn't even do that until after the ComSat nerfs. I just nerfed the ComSat. And so reversing it and then making it so that it's still, an enjoyable idea to go for nukes, I think is fine. Now, A similar thing was the Nidus change. So I made it so that Niduses were available at Lair Tech, and I added a gas cost to them. Now, I actually think the gas cost is fine. Not only because we're buffing Niduses in the late game with more options, but because Niduses right now I actually think are kind of underpriced. Maybe the 150 minerals is a bit steep, because it's a net 200 minerals with the drone cost associated with it. But the fact that there's no gas cost to that, I think it probably should be a little bit more punishing to lose a Nidus Canal than it currently is. And I could either do that with an increased resource cost or an increased time cost. But either way, the fact that it requires tier 3 tech is actually really important in Melee, because otherwise you can sit on tier 2 tech, spam out Hydra Lurker or whatever in the vanilla game state, and sit on that for a while before going into Hive Tech, and then also be able to expand to any base on the map and then connect your bases with Niduses. So the idea is that you have to invest an upfront resource and time cost into upgrading into the next tech in order to get access to this thing that will radically alter how you are able to access parts of the map. You know what I mean? And so, like, from my perspective, that's just something that, like, I changed it without really fully understanding why it was important to be the way that it was, or if it was important to be the way that it was, because it's an open question for some things. Like, we can all agree that the scout by default is kind of dumb. So is it really important for it to be the way that it is? If we're changing so much about the rest of the game, we're open to making radical changes, as we have been, like removing abilities outright, like Lockdown being replaced eventually, then I think it's totally fine to have stuff like, potentially buffing the scout or reworking it or whatever. So... Right. So, yeah, I think that's one of those cases where the exit should probably be reduced in time cost. I don't know how much it is right now. I don't even know how I can set that up. I think I would have to assign that with a plugin or something. Yeah. So, like, I didn't recognize the importance of mech builds being able to have detection without needing to station science vessels everywhere. Well, just in general, any build being able to do that. But, like, specifically mech doesn't really have the opportunity to... Like, they'll get a starport, they'll get science facilities, or science vessels anyway, but... forget where the fuck I was going with this one. I have to go ahead and grab some stuff here. We were also talking about. I think what I will end up doing is adding additional tiers of tech eventually. So I'll build concepts for that. So like we can go all the way up to tier 4 and 5 upgrades for those tiered weapons and armor upgrades. I think you'll have a tier 4 hive equivalent, a tier 5 hive equivalent for Zerg, and you'll have like just additional structures for the Protoss and for the turns. Yeah, well, it's more of like an if you see something, say something situation with that sort of thing. Because I expect players to push back on some of the changes that I end up making or some of the additions I end up making. But particularly with stuff where I'm changing shit that's already in the game. For one, I think I can criticize my own reasonings. Like changing Comstat just because I didn't want people to be using Comstat so much. Is a dumb reason. You shouldn't be using that as the reasoning for changing something. You should change something... If you're going to nerf something, it's because it's too powerful. Either, well, just in the confines of your new game state, it's too powerful in your experience or your in your opinion or something like that, right? It leads to unintended gameplay. In this case, being the gameplay issue being too powerful or whatever. There needs to be a good enough reason, more or less, to change something, to nerf it. And to buff it is kind of the same deal. So I am worried that we over-buffed Zerg pretty heavily by getting rid of Burrow and Pneumatized Carapace and giving them those effects. Well, Burrow for free, but Pneumatized for, depending on the tech level.
Must feed. Thoughts in chaos. We will.
So it has to be a Dark Archon that previously mind controlled them. Now, I do think pneumatized carapace will probably also have to be reverted, but I am on the lookout for a better solution so that we... Because it's a slippery slope, right? The only reason why the current system works is because it caps at Hive. Imagine your overlords getting further increased speeds afterwards, when getting to Hive Tier 4 or Hive Tier 5 or whatever. You know what I mean? That would be pretty nuts. So let's take a look at unit speed. Is there an acceleration by any chance? So where is speed defined? Well, maybe it's fine. Because we definitely need to increase acceleration at some point. So let's, Okay. So go ahead and add the. I basically just reset the files to the latest commit that I know works, and I copied over my changes so the work that I just did is not lost. We're just going to go ahead and plug that in because I did disable debug message and idle tactics. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Hi. We're back. Sort of. I don't know what happened to my orientation here. Probably when I was fucking around with my camera earlier and just didn't notice it. So what's up, Veek? How you doing? Let's try that one again. I think we're good there. Okay. There was something that I wanted to do. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna test the Overlord thing. Alright.
Ready to kill.
Accidentally spawned a larva.
Die. Yes.
I simply can't think of a better way to kill these. Sorry, guys. Alright, so this is our default speed here. This is our 3x speed. So you go slower than pneumatized right now. But still not bad. And then you go a little bit faster than pneumatized at high tech. I'm okay with that. It's not epic per se, but whatever. Well, I did some Rust fuckery earlier. I unfortunately do not have any way. Well, I suppose I could spend a really long time like going down the rabbit hole of web searching and trying to figure out what the problems were with regards to the syntax. Watching a lot of YouTube videos and stuff like that, but I can't do that on stream. It just wouldn't be fair. So I'll probably do that later on today. There's a lot of stuff I just don't understand right now. So, we'll see how that turns out. Anyway. Still figuring stuff out. Made some balance changes. Reverted a bunch of changes that I made to all the comstat changes besides the upgrade to it. And I reverted the Nidus Canal tech requirement change. And I increased the time cost of the lair and the hive so that while it is still cheaper on a resource level, it's like a way to gate the benefit you get from the larva spawning. I would be down to watch replays and stuff like that. I'm sure there's plenty of replay packs from 161 days. Switch jump would be useful for communicating to stuff like that. That way, I mean, right now we can just use deaths or kills, but as another way for people to use it, I guess I wouldn't be it. I would not avoid something like that. You know what I mean? I think it would be fine. Especially if we could also, like, obviously we would set it, right? So, randomize, set, all that shit. So this is Fusion Sealer, we're talking... Was it +1 or +2 shield armor for prismatic shield? I don't remember. I think it was just +1. I might have to make it +2 though, judging by the cost of the upgrade. See you later, Connor. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you had a good time at the gym.
Upgrade complete.
Oh, it is +2. Okay. Forget what the fuck. Okay. Man, that limit is really annoying. Hopefully we figure that one out. Oh yeah, the pie tile bug I was talking about. I'll show off here. So I opened up my jungle tile set. And, hold on. So you see all these blank groups were added when I was replacing the high dirt. So all I did to trigger this... Now, notably, it didn't happen when I only replaced 2 groups worth of tiles. But let me find... The high dirt is here somewhere. See if I can reproduce it with the exact same graphics that I was using before. Should be possible, but I need to find the fucking tiles first. What a mess. Too bad we can't have, like, categories that we could then click on and expand or whatever. That'd be the dream. Here we go. Alright, so I think this is the high stuff? Yeah. So what I did was I selected this, and then, by the way, not being able to resize this is really shitty. I don't know if you can set it to a default size. I know you fixed this because it was like destroying the functionality of the program, which is obviously a reasonable thing to try to fix, but a reasonable reason to remove the functionality, but it is really difficult now to see everything I need to see. So anyway, I mass selected all of these, and then I would come up here to import megatile groups, and then I would go to mud, edge, high dirt, and I would import that, and then as you can see, it adds however many fucking groups are down here for no reason. So it does successfully import this stuff. Like if I close this, you'll see that all of the tile data has been wiped. So these are new tiles. So it successfully does the importing, but it adds a bunch of shit at the end. Oh, okay, so x-axis was the problem with it? Yeah, if I can just make it taller, that's fine. I don't need it to be bigger, zoomed in or whatever. It must be something going wrong with something that you added related to all of the tile group operations. So yeah, I was just importing tiles over existing groups. I don't know if that has anything to do with it. But. Okay, so this now. Yeah, play around with those options you added, man. See what happens. Right now, what I am thinking of is either working the... Well, I'm thinking of working all of those Overlord things that I'm worried about into a new structure, an Overlord text structure that would probably be available once you got a spawning pool, so you could do it super early, or you could wait until later on. The Irolith would require a hive, I think, and you'd morph the Overlord text structure into whatever the Irolith text structure was. So I think that could work out. That way you have to deliberately tech into improving that's where you would research Overlord capacity. Having that structure would give you Overlord speed. Upgrading it would give you increased Overlord speed and the ability to make Iroliths. I think that could work. We'll consider that one for now. Science facility. Plans a little bit there. Should be able to close that. So we do have to make some modifications to the AI, which I've been trying to do, or it's saying I'm going to do for a while now. But I think now we can actually do it. I can't believe there's no way to, like, get rid of this. Without, like, you blocking it or something. Alright, well. Can I just turn the whole thing off, or what? There we go. Because I have to come in here now and copy and paste this shit. And then leave the page. Well, if you change it there, you're gonna have to change it in a bunch of other directions too. But I'm fine with that. I'm fine with you changing it, I mean. It's not really going to affect me much. Really what we need is better UI, like better button art that makes it more immediately obvious. Right, I think we're good here. I feel like there's more, but maybe I'm thinking of all the different modules inside PyTile. That might be what I'm thinking of, because there's like a bunch of different areas where that happens. There are also a few other programs that are sorely lacking, like PyBin, for example. But I don't really know what should be done to fix them. It looks like PyLO has an import dialog, but no export dialog. Oh no, it does have an export dialog. It's just that the export dialog is way far away. It's 2 buttons removed from the import dialog. You know, for no reason. Where's unit speed? Should be right here. Ah, I just had it. Fuck. Alright. Check me out. Alright, so where were we? Yeah, we definitely need to redraft the observations at some point, that's for fucking sure. Alright, so let's take a second look at some other stuff, some more fundamental stuff too. The new version for PyBin has support for SCR stuff. I don't know if it changed anything else. You'll have to go through Poiquirt's GitHub and take a look at the commits to that particular program, I think, and see what you can find from... I mean, it's hard to tell what version of the program we're looking at here, but... If I go to Poiquirt PyMS, check out PyBin... Go away. I just wanted to see... Isn't there like a way that I can look at the changes to it? If I go to commits... Then... I guess I'll just search PyBin in this list. So it looks like SMK overlays and PyBin dropdowns might be for everything. Who is Zahos? I feel like Zahos is just another account that Poiquirt has. Oh, he does? I didn't know that. It doesn't look like prep down would be exceptionally useful, but let's see here. So what I'm getting out from looking at stuff like set attacks and target expansion is it feels like we should probably have some sort of... Where we're doing ATK prep, or where the fuck are we? So in ATK gen, right? So normally we would do... attack prep. Oops. I think target expansion would be fired off instead of attack do, maybe? I mean, attack prep will eventually do all the stuff that attack do does, but... I think attack prep would tell the AI to start training the units, and then you'd have a certain number of things. Like, so maybe we should detect if the current attack party has a certain amount of supply, and if it does, then we would call a target expansion. And I don't think set attacks would really be necessary because it's just going to re-prepare the same force it says here, according to Necron's note. So in that case, we would say, like, if you have over a certain amount of supply, just fire off that attack, baby. Otherwise, if you're under a certain amount of supply, jump back and redo it. And so, like, if you're in that middle branch where you don't have so many that you would target expansion, or you have so few that you would be redoing it to add it again, then at that point you would just fire off a normal style attack. Listen, he's also using defense build a lot, and we definitely couldn't trust his documentation there. Although, I will check the original Google Doc here. Let's see. I think there's some... Is there like a document details maybe? No, that's great. Isn't there like a history section view? Can't I see like what the most recent edits were, or yeah, version history, but it's grayed out, so I can't actually see that. I think I would need like edit access or something to see version history probably. Nice footnotes. Very useful. Dude, these, I don't know what, I don't think these footnotes are very useful. They're so large compared to everything else. Can't he format that so that it's smaller? I mean, whatever. I guess that's why we had it reorganized, but I can't even parse the whole thing. Alright, so while I'm looking at that, I am thinking that we will need some way to tell if there's a certain number of units, and I didn't. It was actually DF, but it was July 22nd, 2019. I don't know why it's like that, but that is pretty silly. So. So, what was I just saying? So I think this is how the structure would look with the attack jump command. So you'd call attack rand, or you call add rand to add units to the attack wave. Then you would check to see if you were attacking, if you had already called attack prep and attack 2, basically. So we could even make this more obvious. We could do something like is attacking. Let me say var. We do this. Jump if it's at least 1. Right? So if it's already progressed past this point before, it immediately jumps to attack check. But otherwise, it'll start the attack and we'll do attack check, weight 250. Then it'll check for how many units have been added to the attack wave in supply. So if you've got 30 or less supply in your attack, it's going to tell you to add more units to the attack. And that'll probably happen every time or something. And then if you have 80 or more supply worth of units, it will tell you to immediately attack, but specifically targeting an expansion. If available, if there's an expansion available. And otherwise, it'll just have you attack normally. So if it's between 31 and 79 supply in the attack, that's the range that we have, it'll attack normally. If it's 80 or more, it'll target an expansion. I might work around that, where maybe smaller attacks go for expansions and larger attacks go for the normal approach. Not sure. So the normal approach is closest target, whereas target expansion would in theory be doing something else. So it would be looking for basic buildings. It looks for buildings that are not within start locations in the first couple of frames, first 1500 frames or something, which is like the first minute and a little bit. So yeah, I think at that point, with that in mind, attack jump definitely is an important thing to have. It will definitely unlock a few different things. Like for now, we don't really have anywhere to go with it, unfortunately. So So okay. So we've done that as best we seem to be possible. Well, that was a sentence. Holy shit. Yeah, did you post it anywhere? Or do you mean when it's done? Yeah, whenever you want to, just send it over. Well, what am I missing, Zeke? Because it's not here. I mean, I see it in here, but I see it in the GitHub thing, but it's not showing up over here. Oh, why did I have to do that? That's never happened before. Oh, okay. I guess. So I just haven't started it in a while or something. Usually it just pops up immediately when you make a chain. Okay. Oh wait, I have to call, so I have to be ringing. Okay, so fairly simple system here. All right. I wonder if maybe Legionnaires should take less time to build. I suppose we'll find out later. Alright, I will take a look at it in a sec. Let me just finish the Templar and Dark Templar stuff. Okay, that should work out fine. We just need to do... set up the infrastructure for that, plug that in later. Gateways were going to be the most involved ones, I think. Stargates will be pretty involved too, I guess. But not that big of a deal. Alright, so let's take a look. This is looks like a 1v1 map. I do have in the Hydra tile set, you've already found what looks to be the north-facing snow ramps. But I do have snow-blended outpost if you want. Hiding in here somewhere. I think this is yeah. So you can do that to add the proper blended ramps. I think I also have... I might not have north-facing outpost ramps for snow, but I'm pretty sure I have those. Yeah. I think that's regular snow. And not any of the others. Yeah. Right. I was just letting you know that there's snow there. But, all right. So the main, simple entrance out. Natural. Looks like you missed a tile there. I would say... Well, while there is a decent space, a decent amount of space in the main, I feel like you might be able to get more value out of this area down here where there's water by either pushing the base up and having there be a path behind it, or by terraining this over into like a... I don't know. You could probably do something more interesting with this, is all I'm saying. And if nothing else, you could seal it off in a more aesthetically pleasing manner, perhaps. But what I was thinking of was something like you sort of gap this up, right? You seal the gap. And then you still have like a choke of some kind. Obviously, this is kind of an ugly one, but you get the idea. So you make some sort of choke. And then you have a ramp over here that goes from the natural area to a back entrance as a way to flank around or something. You could do something like that. That would be a better use of the space right now, I think. Just something that adds more gameplay. You could also just pave it over with more build space if you wanted to, which would still be a valid use. I don't know how interested you are in improving that. I feel like with the ice over here, I don't know, like there is a lack of a natural choke. This is a map that's really, really open in terms of getting into the natural, so that's kind of a concern. And then you kind of lead directly into the middle without a whole lot of flow. It's just like, oh, suddenly here's a middle. So yeah, I would definitely say that the middle needs some reworking. I just don't know what specifically. The thirds are pretty distant. And I guess you're still going to, unless you want this to be a low money map, I assume you're going to be adding another set of bases somewhere, but I'm not sure. The ice moat over here that you have also is kind of like a weird... Maybe I'm only thinking that this is weird because of the middle, but its proximity to the middle is pretty heavy. And I don't know. I'm not sure what you would do. Usually I design around the middle first. And then I that based on how that radiates outward, I'm able to make better decisions about flowing like from the middle of the map to the bases and all that. That's pretty funny. I'm very surprised that your phone can do it, but your PC can't. So yeah, I would say like I would spend a lot of time restructuring the middle into making that like by itself an enjoyable centerpiece and good for gameplay and good for if there's resources there or whatever. So thematic set piece for the map, but also a nice like area for gameplay. And see what that makes you want to do to the rest of the map. I'm sure it's possible to design the bases first and then work them into the middle. But I mean, that's kind of my process, is to do what I just suggested. I'm not really sure how you would salvage the middle without making dramatic... Like, you don't want to constrain your changes to the middle of the map to what makes sense given the existing borders, is my concern. Because you might shut yourself off from some better ideas. But I guess it really depends on what else you think is going there. I definitely think that the bases are really safe once you take the natural. So I guess what you're doing is, because the natural leads directly, or the ramp from the main leads directly into the natural, you're offsetting how safe the mains are by making the natural riskier. But my problem then is that there's not really a whole lot of justification for the for the third being so distant, because you're already taking a pretty big risk when you get the natural. Like the third is actually more defensible by itself. Obviously, the natural is more defensible with a defender's advantage from closer proximity to your production structures or whatever, your macro cycles. Right, there's like that buffering thing or whatever. I like the on-demand replay from YouTube, so I can go back and catch something if necessary. Plenty of my viewers use it too there, so that they can, like, oh, he talked about this 30 minutes ago. Let me go see what he said or whatever, if they're coming back. Better watch out, man. GitHub knows best, okay? GitHub knows what you need, knows what you want. Otherwise, I would say maybe the map is too constrained on the width or something, because, like, I guess there's still space to move around behind the natural and the third, as far as, like, flyers and stuff. So you have room for that, but... yeah, I would say, like, I would definitely be very worried about my third getting destroyed on this map. Or my natural getting destroyed, rather. And I don't know that I would ever really be super incentivized to take the third because of how far away it is, and it's basically on my enemy's strong side of the map. But there's nothing for me to leverage for that. It's not like I can go get a base down here because there's no base there yet. I don't know if you're planning on adding one or not. I would say, like, you could keep the thirds exactly the way that they are, or where they are on the map as far as how far away they are from the main goes, if by taking it you were giving up priority in the middle of the map for a base there. For, like, there was, like, you know, bases over here or something. So we would do something like this. If you had, like, some base in the middle of the map, but on red side of the map up here, and then a symmetrical one on blue side of the map, then you could be like, all right, I'm taking the one in the middle that's harder to take, but maybe has higher resources, and in a more valuable position when it comes to, like, map control, or I'm taking my third and playing more defensively. And so, like, there's a push and pull there. Right, yeah. No, I could see what you mean, V. You rubbing one out in the mixer chat? What the fuck? Oh, I see. You're really only adding stuff from... Really only adding Reavers right now. We don't have access to the new units yet. Clarion is implemented. Well, the unit is there, but the abilities are not. And the warp relay is not even there at all. Alright. No, he hasn't replied to me yet. Argosy Fleet Beacon, Starfield, Arbiter Tribune. Mm. Okay. So here we have carrier, arbiter, missing star collar, but I don't need that right now. Okay. So I think mech would prioritize arbiter, then exemplar, then scout, then carrier, and star. Did we actually finish the Protoss stuff? We might have. Tell me what I'm missing. Oh. Oh, right. So we didn't actually do the updates to that. ATK gem. And then rod. The fuck? What the hell? Oh, I see. Huh. I have no idea how I'm gonna fix that one. Whatever, we'll just do it this way. And hope it works. Alright. Let me do the same thing for the Zerg though. out. Thanks, cops. Alright. Go ahead and, bada bing, bada boom. Oh. That's everything. Let's pull this shit. So, with any luck, we'll see more intelligent armies come out of this. Obviously, without attack jump, we can't control for army size. Though I suppose I could do some primitive checks that would just check the global army size. Like, we do have a supply command. I could do something like that. Although it would have to subtract worker. I would have to assume that the worker count was a certain amount too, though. Maybe I'll do that. What the fuck? Looks like that guy's the wrong race. Or something. Oh, I actually know what happened there. Sort of. Aha! Found the classic crash again. That's pretty cool. Why does it keep doing it? Okay, I have to actually delete it. My mistake. Hopefully that fixes it anyway. No, it doesn't fix it. Maybe? No, it doesn't. There's no way. Why, though? So it's a problem with my hook, then. It's the same command, so unless he was pranking you, there's no difference there. Same description. So that must have been before, I guess. Seriously, dude? Can you just open the EXE? I don't know why this is so fucking difficult. All right. Well, we've made some pretty good progress with the AI, despite the tism at the end there. And we updated the new game state documentation. We planned ahead for some of the other stuff related to the attack handling. And I think I'll actually do something right now as an experiment. Where I wait for a critical mass or something like that. Let's see. Oh, thanks for checking about the documentation there, Vika. I appreciate it. So, handguns. I mean, obviously, this isn't going to really take into account workers very well. Like, in theory, you know, with enough workers supply, like, probably the timeout number should be much higher to avoid that, but it's hard to say. Because, like, in theory, you get, like, 6 bases on this AI. They've got 80 supply on their workers already, so... What an idiot. Wait. Oh, never mind. Did that work? No. How is it res? What? STP is an incorrect jump string, by the way. Classic move. If it was possible to, or if it were possible to port the parser for the custom script stuff to Pi AI, that would be really useful because as of right now, it's impossible to figure this shit out without doing stuff like that. Why? Why is it doing this? Why do they have to be above? Like, there's no reason for me to not be able to multi-run it and put it all the way at the bottom. As far as I'm concerned. That's so dumb. Oh, and I ignored your question earlier there, Veek. Sorry about that. You asked me if we would need any other non-script aliases. I think TGT_EXP would be target expansion, but it's used so infrequently I don't think it'll matter that much. There's probably a few others that I can think of. Why is this happening exactly? I don't understand. Oh, I didn't save. I said I really wish it was possible to port the Rust parsers to Python. For the custom script commands. Why is X8CK checked? Oh. Because hold on. Ah, right. I didn't add that as a variable. Well, it runs by default in Melee. If you want to play it in UMS, you can take a look at the triggers for Balathal's maps, or my some of my maps as well. Train Protoss at 13. So I think the attacks will eventually fire off anyway, but with any luck we'll see a tendency for larger numbers. I don't know how this... Oh, maybe that's a reinforcement Goliath? Yeah, they are sending additional ones. How embarrassing. I am seeing higher numbers of units in play for some of this stuff, but I'm also seeing a general disaster. I like how those fucking legionnaires just decided to fuck off. Oh, my brain. Are we missing can prod for somebody? So I'm thinking that we should do this a little bit of a different thing here. So like this attack cycle. Oh, I see what happened So we aren't seeing any additional attack forces come out from the Protoss because, well, actually, I don't think we're seeing any more attack forces come out of anybody after the first attack, right? Which I believe is because they can't escape it for whatever reason. So... in theory, this should fix that. That bug. So now here we'll just fast forward for a while, and we're going to be on the lookout for when it says attack region. There we go, attack region 7B. So when that disappears, we're now on the lookout again for any other time that the attack would fire off. Why incorrect jump string X attack then would be happening. Didn't we just define this for everybody? Oh. There was some other error message that I did not internalize. Something about not being able to read a variable, but I don't know if it had anything to do with that. It was something about attack cycles specifically. But it might have been the same string, because it's checking both. Seems like it's still not escaping the attack logic. Oh, well, I guess one issue is... Never mind, I think I figured it out. So in attack, we have to set it back to 0 in attack fin. I'm pretty sure that's the problem. We never reset it, so of course it never goes back. Brutal. Utter devastation, of course. Yeah, see now they're launching a second attack. Still pretty small armies, unfortunately, but I mean he also has a lot of units already sitting here, so that's probably why. So I don't think that the supply thing really works right now. We definitely need the other stuff. We need attack jump for sure, so that I can check for supply in the attacks. But that's okay. We think we figured it out. What's up, Jarek? I'm actually not really working on any particular map. I was just messing around with the attack logic of the AI. Just push this to the live build. Stage it. If I can click, holy moly. Mouse accuracy, boys. So that's up. I think at this point, we've done so much work with the AI to try to make them a little bit smarter, a little bit stronger. But until we get their micro in order, and until we have better tools to detect certain things like the size of their attacks and yada yada, there's not really a whole lot that we can fix related to the AI. So at this point, I think it's just I'll finish the attack logic for Zerg at some point, with the new attack system. And I will add military training blocks for Terran and Protoss to make sure that they spend money on units first before they spend money on production. And I suppose I'll rework the Zerg one as well a little bit so that it stops them from building extra production structures. But once that's done, that's probably like 1 or 2 more days of work, 1 or 2 more streams worth of work. I might even get some of that done today after the stream later on. At that point, I think it's time to start working on more maps. So, or something else, something different, right? So some more programming and some more maps, I think, is in order at that point. So I will probably set my sights on the second Protoss mission, because the second Zerg mission needs the space ramps, and I don't feel comfortable working on the third Zerg mission until the second one is further along. But if I finish the second Protoss mission, I probably will go to the third Zerg mission. So, like before the space ramps are done, rather, for the second map. So we're waiting on the space ramps from DF before we push on ahead to Zergo 2. Whenever the space ramps become available, that's when I'll start working on Zergo 2. And then, obviously, Protoss 2 is, I suppose, up next after the AI changes are done. So tomorrow I'll be back with another mod stream. I'll be working on the AI attack logic for the Zerg and whatever I don't get done tonight, basically. Probably after that, move directly on to working with either Protoss 2, or if magnificently DF sends me the ramps for the space stuff, I'll work on Zergo 2 then. Either way, the chain of command basically is to get the first 3 maps done for the Zerg and for the Protoss. So we'll be moving on. There's really no map that's finished. I've completely remade the entire game, basically, so I spent a lot more time working on the melee state of things than the campaigns. The original version that Jay and Deltron played that you're referencing was pretty bad by my modern standards. So I had long ago decided to remake it from scratch. We do have playable versions of the first Zerg mission, the first 2 Terran missions, and the first Protoss mission, but they are using rough cut AI, and the decoration isn't final, some stuff like that. There's no dialogue yet, so they're not really polished up, but the core experience is there. We're also still adding a bunch of new units and stuff that we haven't yet put together. So we're in the process of getting the game ready for that sort of thing. But there's a download link in the description, so if you feel like popping in for a fight, you can take a look at that. I will say that the hardest map is probably the first Zerg mission right now, because the Zerg AI are pretty bad. So when you're fighting against Zerg AI, it's unlikely that you'll be put up against much of a challenge. But I have not actually tested them with the latest changes to the AI systems. So maybe I improved the AI, or maybe I've made them even worse. We'll see. We're still experimenting with a lot of that stuff, so hopefully with any luck we'll have a better product. And we're getting I'm shipping updates to it every single day at this point, so yeah, the previous maps were hard for the wrong reasons. The new maps are, I would say, more challenging, but it's more fair. So the AI starts out with the same stuff you do, but they are much more competent than the AI from the original campaign, from the earlier draft, from the Starcraft remastered version. So the version you're familiar with, the 1.0 version of Hydra, the one where just the Terran maps were present, that version has worse AI, but they have more starting stuff. So it's just like, it's unfair advantages for the AI, basically. In this, version 2.0, there's way less unfair advantages for the AI, and there's way more even playing fields as a result. So you start off with the same stuff that they do. They have slightly more money. They start off with the same amount of money, but they get slightly more money per return. But you can still destabilize them by killing their workers and stuff. Like in most campaigns, killing workers doesn't do anything because the AI have infinite money. Not so in Hydra 2.0. Hydra 2.0 has very limited money for the AI. But they are much more competent. They will expand a lot. They will attack you with a lot of units. That's sort of the whole idea. They tech through the tech tree pretty well. And they use a lot of the new stuff in somewhat competent ways, like a lot of the new mechanics and whatnot. And obviously they're only rough cut right now. We're going to be improving them in the future. But I'm pretty happy with the direction things are heading, even if I'm not 100% sold on the product that we have right now. I'll quickly pop into actually the first mission. It'd be a nice way to test my stuff here.
I read you. Reporting for duty. Right away, sir. Roger that. Affirmative.
That's a pretty good spin there.
I read you. SCV good to go, sir.
So this is the first Terran mission. I've got the Magistrate, I'm Raynor, and that's George Randall. He's hanging, dude. He's Backwater Station's
SCV
operator.
good to go, sir. Reporting for duty. Yes, sir. SCV good to go, sir. Orders received. Roger that. SCV good to go, sir. Roger that. Orders, Captain? Right away, sir.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
And we're up against 3 Zerg.
Job finished. Reporting for duty. Reporting for duty. I read you. I read you. Job finished. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Job finished. Yes, sir. Orders, Captain. Reporting for duty. Roger that. SCV good to go, sir. Affirmative. Orders received. Affirmative. Right away, sir. Orders received. Orders, Captain. Orders received. Roger that. Yes,
Your
sir.
forces are under
Right away,
attack.
sir. Roger that. Right away, sir. Orders received. Yes, sir.
You want a piece of me, boy?
SCV good to go, sir. Reporting for duty. Reporting for duty. Affirmative. Right away, sir. Orders received.
Not enough minerals.
Affirmative. Roger that. Right away, sir. Orders received. Affirmative.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Roger that.
Give me
Yes,
something to
sir.
shoot.
Reporting for duty. Affirmative. Right away, sir. Reporting for duty. Affirmative. Job finished.
Get him. Fuck him up.
Standing by. Go, go,
I
go.
read you.
Your forces are under attack.
Right away, sir. Roger that. Right away, sir. Orders received. Affirmative. Right away, sir. Orders received. Roger that. Right away, sir. Roger that.
Standing by.
I think we got him, boys.
Outstanding. Standing by. Commander, rock and roll. Outstanding. Standing by.
Yes, sir. I read you. Affirmative. Roger that.
Your forces are under attack.
Oh, shit.
Standing by. Rock and roll.
They helped me out, bro.
Give me something to shoot.
Never mind.
Orders, Captain. I read
Guess
you.
he wasn't interested in helping me.
Right away,
Fucker.
sir.
Hope that AI comes back and kills everybody.
Yes, sir. Orders, Captain. Right away, sir. Roger that.
Not enough minerals.
Right away, sir. Affirmative. I read you. Right away, sir. Roger that. Yes, sir. SCV good to go, sir. Roger that. Job finished.
enough minerals.
Nice. Still trying to figure out the timing of when you should be moving your workers and all that. So it looks like my my buddy over here is doing okay. I expected him to get run over at some point. Looks like he's held off. We haven't quite put the finishing touches on this guy yet, but it's okay, we'll get him.
I read you. I can't feel that. Affirmative. SCV good to go, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative. I read you.
Not
Right
enough
away, sir.
minerals.
Roger that. SCV good to go, sir. Roger that. Right away, sir.
Goliath
Yes, sir.
online. Go ahead, TACOM.
Add-on complete.
SCV good to go, sir. Yep, I read you. Orders, Captain. Job finished.
Definitely
SCV
need
good to go, sir.
more
Yes,
gas.
Not enough minerals.
SCV good to go, sir. Roger that. Orders, Captain.
Goliath online.
Insufficient phosphine gas. Not enough minerals.
Job finished.
Channel open.
Reporting for duty.
Go ahead,
Dudes at this
TACOM.
point. Oh boy. How many Marines will we lose? Looks like this 2. Uh-oh. I kind of like the focus there. It was almost pretty smart. Nice fucking one drone though.
Systems functional.
Upgrade complete.
He's out of here.
Insufficient phosphine gas. Research complete.
Still no link speed.
Target designated. Acknowledged HQ. Go ahead, TACOM.
That was my fault.
Yes, sir. I can't feel that. Roger that. Right away, sir. I can't feel there. Orders received.
Holy shit, we have no gas.
Affirmative. Yes, sir. I read you.
Guess I need to take another base.
Calling online. Target designated.
See you, nerd.
Acknowledged HQ.
Reporting for duty. Orders, Captain.
Definitely need to move the marker there.
I read you.
A little off.
Right away, sir. Orders, Captain. Yes, sir. Destination. Identify target. Absolutely. Yes, sir. Orders received.
Goliath online.
Affirmative. Right away, sir. Job finished. Ready to roll out. Moving. SCV good to go, sir. Affirmative. Job roger that.
Channel open. Target designated.
Orders, sir.
Thought I lost my man for a second.
Target designated.
Your forces are under attack.
Destination. Proceeding. Delatitude, sir.
Goliath online.
I'll go help my homie.
Destination.
Goliath
Orders, sir.
online.
Destination. Moving.
Alright, I'm not gonna help you at the cost of my everything. Yo, homie. Help other homie.
Identify target. Destination.
What a comedy of errors.
Your forces are under attack.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Job finished.
It's a daring move expanding over there,
I
man.
read you.
Your forces are under attack.
Reporting for duty. Affirmative.
Add-on complete.
Goliath online.
Ready to roll out. Orders, sir.
Upgrade complete.
Job's finished.
Add-on complete.
Well, we got some stuff happening over here. Looks like he's pushed back a bit over there. We finally executed this guy. He should have been dead a while ago.
Your forces are under attack.
And I'm getting killed by something. Oh,
Orders received.
Ready to roll out.
Goliath online.
Absolutely.
SCV.
that is a no, no, no.
Functional.
Orders, Captain. Reporting for duty. Reporting for duty. Roger that.
Base is under attack.
Affirmative.
Go ahead, TACOM.
Should have lifted that. It's my own brain fart.
Reporting for duty. Can't field there.
Not to be confused with Braveheart.
Goliath online.
Job's finished.
Upgrade
Orders
complete.
served. Destination.
Job
Move it.
Oh, they just went to fuck my ally. Alright, it's okay. I got you, bro. Get him!
Your forces are under attack.
Destination. Move it. Delighted to serve. Absolutely.
Save yourself.
Delighted to serve.
Dude, how?
Proceeding.
Job's finished.
Additional supply depots
Frank.
required.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. I read you. Orders received. Orders, Captain. I can't build there. Roger that.
Identify target. Proceeding.
Pretty good at forts right there. I like that. Looks like our new attack system is working pretty well for Terrans. Obviously, I haven't done it yet for Zerg, so. For the general personalities, it picks the attacks based on the most like obvious thing, which is like how many production structures does it have. If it has more factories, it'll build more mech units. If it has more barracks, it'll build more bio units. For the other personalities, it always takes its basic stuff first. Although, once again, Orange is not being a particularly obnoxious slouch. Oh, I did not know that I had a tank all the way that forward.
Identify target. Move it. Identify target. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Orders, sir. Move it.
Channel open.
Delighted to serve. Orders, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Identify target.
Here comes my man. Well, enjoy your break, and good progress to be made. Nice work.
Your forces are under attack.
Proceed. Absolutely.
For whatever it's worth, the new upgrade stuff is also working out, considering the, well, I guess the upgrade timings could be better for Zerg, but it's not horrible. And it certainly could have been horrible. I just clicked on my own unit to see if my AI's upgrade timing was accurate. Oof. Oh, they already have radiation shock. Not bad. Oh, fuck.
Destination? Absolutely.
Yo, bro, turn around.
I read you.
What are you doing, you lunatic?
Base is under attack.
Proceed. Move it.
He's retaliating against me because, of course, I am the biggest threat to him right now. Just want to make sure we're not getting fucked off.
Goliath online.
Identify
Additional
target.
supply depots
Go ahead,
required.
TACOM. Comlink online.
Identify target.
Go
Absolutely.
ahead, TACOM.
Yes, sir.
See you, nerd.
Online.
Well, there you go. A nice sneak peek. Well, there you go. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Hope you enjoyed the stream. We went for 5.5 hours today, which is pretty good. Happy about that. I'm gonna just take a chill pill, man. Just hop in the shower, do some stretching, because I'm fucking sore from yesterday, man. Holy moly, let me tell you. All that furniture moving. And yeah, then probably have some food, record some videos, upload them for your entertainment, and continue working on Hydra. Thanks for sticking around, and thanks for your help today, Veek, with your tool stuff. I'll take a closer look at that PyTile stuff later on, too, and let you know what I think.